Okay. God, it is so warm. Okay, so everyone on YouTube, the thing that we're going to be doing today is we got a bunch of bugs fixed. We got more to fix because we got some really good testers or QA people. I'm not writing enough tests, which is evident, but we're not going to write any today. We should, but not today. And then we're going to keep fiddling with the Cloudflare function stuff. We tried putting it in a couple different places, and still no luck. So we're going to keep fiddling with that. While I am basically melting, because it is too damn hot. Yeah, this heat wave is going a little longer than I would hope. But, whatever. All right, so we're live on YouTube. Let's switch over to here. Okay, so yeah, we got stuff pushed up. That's not even the right tab. Okay, sorry. Quick work thing. All right, so we did get this pushed up. Ooh, this is an interesting one. No API route handler exists for the method get. And we see it in API dash back. So hold on. Let me just double check this. So support. Do you see something in dist, but we don't see sales there anymore. Let me show this. I'm just looking through the file system trying to see where some of this stuff is. All right. All right, so still a 404. I'm all right, Kenny. Just sweating. 92 degrees in this room. So I'm just drinking as much water as I can. Yeah. Yeah, this heat wave. This is a long one. So let's check cloudflare.com. So we do see found functions directory at /functions. All right. Or rename routes file as a test. All right, we'll let that kick up again. All right, so then in the meantime, what we want to do is we want to start looking at some of the errors that were posted, some of the bugs. Okay, so yeah, while we're doing that, while updating team name, if all right, and this one's pretty easy. refresh works. Oh. All right, so that's one. That one's probably going to be an easy fix. While updating notifications for a keyword, error 500 steps in the vid. Okay. And then... All right, so we got 3 solid bugs. The first 2 I think we'll be able to knock out pretty quick. The batch emails not sending, that one is interesting to me. Our deploy should be done, though. Yep. Okay, that was it. All right, our issue was the routes JSON. Okay, we figured it out. So we got there. And yeah, what's up, Condi? How you doing, Lunatic? All right, so in apps/marketing. So not the public folder. Nope. All right, so here's the top level one. That one's a nope. This is the one that's getting hit. Okay, awesome. So, what that means is we can get these functions in there. Yeah, we'll close the dist folder for now. $50 now at night in Fahrenheit. Got it. That sounds amazing. I am so jealous of that. I was sweating so hard last night, dude. Yeah, just miserable. But it's all right. Can't last forever. You're saying people want it warmer? No, 50 sounds beautiful. All right. So, yeah. Get rid of that. In this directory, get rid of that. And yeah, here's going to be the tricky part. So we delete that. We've got these now. So I want to try this. We'll do that. And then from there, we'll just have result and see what happens here. All right, so we're going to push that up. What we're trying to test right now. Oh, and let me get that out of the way. All right. What we're trying to test out now is if our dependencies will just work, or if we're going to have to figure out how to bundle things into our functions folder better. That part seems a little tricky. All right, 1 second. Sorry, just quick work thing. There we go. Sorry. Quick work thing, you know. The nature of having a job. I do think I just kind of want to let this push, because we're in the middle of this now. Eh. Nah, for the sake of time, we should fix some bugs. All right, so which bug are we going to look at first? I think the first one is a simple one. While updating team name, if I go to user settings after it isn't updated. That one's actually not going to be too hard to even reproduce. And I think I already know what the issue is. So if we go to team settings, when we're saving here, I don't think I'm updating the global store. So let me just look at that immediately. So here it's in pages. Nope. It's going to be in the app. Source, routes, settings, org settings, and then, yeah, let's move this over. You don't need the folder showing. All right, so when we update the name, yeah, so we're setting the selected org, but our list of orgs is not being set. So set orgs. We want to map over, and we just want to find the one. Yeah, damn, Super Maven. Nailed it on that one. And then they said they navigate to user settings, and we see demo 2. That was an easy bug fix. We don't necessarily need to push that up, but we can mark it done. All right, so that is now deployed. If we do this, oh, hold on. Yep, I'm doing the older definition. Yeah, hold on. Let's go look at this one. What is the ATProto Firehose? It's every message that's posted to the AT protocol. All right, so we'll push that up for now, just in case. But yeah, we actually needed to change how we do our routing here. Let me get more music going. All right, we got a bunch of stuff queued. So let's start looking at a different bug. A fire hose is like what firefighters shoot water out of. Um, all right. So here it is. This is from a movie called UHF. Little Timmy found the marble in the bowl of oatmeal, or in the pool of oatmeal. So now, little Timmy gets to sip from the fire hose. I don't know the exact quotes, and it's fine. That's where he yells, "The fire hose!" There you go. The idea is that it is so much data that an average person would not be able to drink from it or understand it or consume it at any rate. But, you know, it's just everything coming down the pipeline. That is the fire hose. All right, so how's our deploy doing? Still queued. That's fine. All right, so let's set up a proper experiment. Let's try and reproduce this error. So if we go to keywords here, and we go to notifications, we are unverified though. Luckily, I know a guy. We don't even have to go through the full flow. We named it ASDF. Let's just look at what email address that was. It's foo@gorilla. We'll just say that one's at 30 minutes. Sure. verified at sure. So then if we refresh, right? Is that not it? And what's up, Ami? How you doing? All right, well, let's just do this then. We are at foo here. Eight 36318. Oh, I'm in production right now. Well, that's why that didn't work. You're probably right. Yeah, we need to do this locally anyway. All right, so foo is verified. That one's fine then. Yeah, I was testing in the wrong place anyway. So that allows me to save it. Aha, but we get an error when we try to remove it. But why? Inserted at, not found in. Okay. How are we getting to that point? Keyword notification, controller 37 update. Yep. Okay, cool. So that back end deploys out, and I think that fixes it. Deploy is done there. Okay, and dependencies totally work, so we don't have to hack around that in any crazy way. Awesome. All right, good job, Cloudflare. Fucking nailing it. Thank you. All right. So we can get rid of that, and everything else is just the internals of this. All right, so then back to Cloudflare function stuff. How do we get access to the request? Hmm. Right, we can at least type that. We'll call that an any for now. And what's up, Badman? How you doing over on YouTube? What you up to? Um, All right, so then we'll get that deployed up. Let me pour some more water. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? So Badman, all good, just chilling, getting some stuff done. Nice. You've had too much sugar? Well, why'd you do that? Ah, makes sense. Yeah, a good sweet tea is delicious, though. All right, so we want this to finish deploying out. In the meantime, we can start brainstorming about why our batch emailing is not working. All right, so we really want to think about how this is happening. It's kind of like a background job. It's running as a process. So I need to get log statements in here that help make it more obvious about what's going wrong and why. No, go for it. I think it's fine. Like, yeah, I think that's our next step. I just want to add log statements. Oh, the Cloudflare stuff. So that's a little separate. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so those are the logs we care about. So Cloudflare, it's a giant service at this point. They do everything. They started out as a CDN, a content delivery network. Understanding what that is going to be useful. Nowadays, they have database services. They have their own serverless functions. They do a lot more than they used to, and it's hard to describe. If anything, just think of them as a competitor to AWS. A mom. That's one way to do it for sure. Technically, I work at GitKraken, and we have a way of doing that at GitKraken now too. I forget if we have changelog generation in GitKraken desktop, but we have it in our CLI tool. And I think they have it in GitLens as well. It's basically, yeah, nowadays you could just run GKAI, changelog, whatever. I do think conventional commits are a really solid way to do it. It is part of our paid tier. Yeah. I believe you can bring your own API keys for whatever AI you're using, though. So if you're using OpenAI or like any OpenAI compatible API, you can plug in your API key for that. Not through the command line. I think that would be a good idea. But you can do it through, like you can definitely set it through GitKraken Desktop and GitLens. But hold on, I need to actually share this with work because that's a weird bug. Right, like the overlap at the top there. Sorry, I just got to share this with work. All right. And dude, yeah, in this heat, my MacBook Air is just blowing it. It is super slow right now. Hold on. What is the fix? They're saying that there is a color. I didn't mean to click that. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not seeing a background color there. Cool. Yeah, so it was actually a Cloudflare caching issue. But yeah, no, it makes sense because, like, yeah, the black color seemed out of place, and yeah, there was just some like styling that didn't get shipped, or Cloudflare just hadn't cleared that cache yet. So yeah, makes sense. Okay, so now let me double check this. Error 1101. Worker threw an exception. That is an exceptional problem to have. Well, shucks. Where can I see any of these logs for the Cloudflare functions? I'm glad they're not revealing the IP right now. Yeah, so this is an issue. Why are we not able to get any log values? We don't actually see an invocation here either. Now, hold on a second. You created the changelog alternative to Canny 2 years ago, which took all the commits from your repo from a point in time and created a changelog article directly publishable to your website. Didn't work out as you got bored while building, sadly. And yeah, now get cracking. We've got a bunch. So we've got it for the CLI. We've also got it, I think, in the desktop. I'd have to double check. I should probably know this. Pretty sure we have it in GitLens. But okay, so yeah, this is odd to me. We're not getting any logs from this failed thing. How much is it? $1 per gigabyte? Okay. I don't think we're going to need it forever, but at least for debugging. See, this isn't even what I actually care about. Oh. Mm. Yeah, hold on. Sorry. Camera froze. 1 second. It's just too damn hot. Oh, excuse me. All right, so let me go pee real quick because it's hot. It is warm, and I'm drinking too much water. All right. So, what's everyone up to? You're building an iOS app, Firebase indexes for filters, and then caching. Gotcha. Sounds fun. I know there's some doc. Compatibility matrix. This is it. Okay. So yeah, remote dev, we don't care. Gradual deployments, we don't care. Cloudflare Vite, we don't care. That was the end of that album anyway. Let's get another one real quick. All right, so we don't get workers logs. Real-time logs, though, we should be able to see. In overview, select our worker. select logs. Oh, that's it. Okay. I need to click into the deployment specifically. Okay, so let me just double check.
This is medieval time!
I don't necessarily want them to leak an IP address or something. So I at least need to be aware of where that is. Yep, okay. Okay, so the values they're showing right now are not a huge problem. We're seeing that it's, at async on request, at async next, and then we see object.fetch. All right, so yeah, that deploy is queued. All right, so marketing prod's the one we actually care about. All right, so all right, now that we're deployed, we should be able to go to functions here. So I think that might have been the main issue. We didn't have our bindings set up. All right, so we need to redo that deployment because the bindings don't get set up until like the next deploy. All right, so we are deployed up. Nice. All right, we see our actual bindings now, which is good. which means, yeah, we should be able to do this. So that was our whole issue. All right. So then I bet we're good to go. Technically, it still could have failed out somewhere else. It could have been failing at this part. Just nothing good. Okay, so I think we're already going to have an issue there. You wonder how much money your presence has generated for me so far this stream? I don't know. I make about $50 a month from ads. If you consider our average viewership is somewhere between like 40 and 70-ish. I don't know. Let's consider that I stream probably 25 hours a week. So at 125 hours. Right? So if we divide the... Let's do this. Let's just call it $50 a month divided by 125. I make 40 cents an hour. So, right, in the hour and a half I've been live, probably a penny and a half. Nope. Yeah, if you actually calculate it, basically a penny per hour per viewer. So if you got like 1,000 on average, that's $10 an hour. That's not bad. Damn, that's actually solid. I didn't actually start thinking about the economics of that. Now, keep in mind, that's maybe not accurate because, you know, how many people watching right now have subs versus not. So it's just a ballpark number. It's not scientific in any way. Hold on. Yeah, all right, so that should be good. Yeah, it depends on how many ads you've watched or gotten. I also have ads turned all the way down, so streamers that show more ads would make more money too, but I don't know. To me, it's not worth harming the viewer experience. We did give it a shot back when they had like good incentives for ads, right? Like if I cranked up my ads, they would pay me an extra blank amount of money. And we did that, and I feel like it harmed viewership more so than I gained from it, you know? So I'm curious how long or how much time we're saving by using the cached values. Honestly, the install process was probably pretty quick. All right, a PNPM install taking about 10 seconds. Yeah, the caching isn't doing that much. It was worth a shot. There's a dark mode? I feel like y'all could use the sun. Okay. That was the end of that album. Let's get another. Yeah, this is a good one. 50 minutes per album? It depends on the album. Some are shorter, some are longer. That last one was only 5 songs. That one's probably only like 25 minutes max. Okay, so marketing prod. Method not allowed. Perfect. All right, so we're at least getting that far. And then from here, we can send a post to it. Yep. All right, so now we just don't validate properly. So then from here, it's name, email, category, message. There's 5 of them, right? Name, email, category, message, token. All right. 500 sad panda. Process is not defined. Ah, shit. I forgot to actually update that. All right, so here's the nice part about that, though. We don't get the full error. Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, cool. So even log values come through. Ah, awesome. Okay, I was not aware that we would have a logs value here. So yeah, we can see that we're able to read the turnstile key just fine. We're seeing support here as an object. That's expected because it just doesn't serialize everything. And that would hint that we got all the way to this point before we had an issue. So I would actually expect this next bit to work. Thing about making a business out of creating WordPress, full app plugins, dating platform, forum package, fitness suite, etc. I mean, sure, go for it. I don't know. How many different like WordPress dating platforms do you think would make sense? Well, dude, 33.7 degrees in this room. You can absolutely build a business off of making WordPress plugins. But think about who your target market is and how many people you could possibly sell to. All right, so think about the total addressable market. How many businesses are there that would want to run a dating platform off of WordPress? How much would you be able to charge them per month? Right? A forum package could be a thing. I could see a forum being more valuable than a dating platform. A fitness suite? Who the hell wants a fitness suite on their website, in their blog? So how many people, realistically, would be your customers? Let me put it this way, Condi. Have you talked to any actual customers that want it? I wouldn't build anything if you don't have at least a handful of people saying they would actually pay you money for it. I could see forum being it. But I don't know. All right, so yeah, this thing's deploying back out again. Looks like we are live. All right, invalid turnstile token. Cool. So now our next step. I got a fever. All right, so we see category, email, message, name, and token makes it through. But we're not getting a good error response from this. Oh. Oh, excuse me. Hey, what's up, Craze? How you doing? Doing good. We're making more and more progress. Yeah. We figured out where to put the Cloudflare functions. We're currently to this step. And it seems like validating the token that we're passing just isn't right. Now, I'm wondering if the remote IP here is failing us, because this is actually optional. All right, so we got this queued. You know, we're chilling, taking our time. Hunar, you walked into Starbucks, 15 mins and back. You think you lost more water from the body than you did the whole week. Just because it's that hot out where you're at? Yeah, dude, it is warm where I'm at right now. We're at 33.7 Celsius in this room. Yep. So I'm a good 3 degrees. 3 degrees hotter than it is outside right now. Tonight it's supposed to get down to 60, which is good. It's not great. So Cloudflare, think about Cloudflare as a competitor to AWS, right? They are their own cloud platform at this point. They started out as just a CDN and a firewall, but now they have serverless functions, they have hosting, they have like static asset stuff, they have an S3 competitor, they have key value storage, they have a database called R2. Like they're a full-on cloud platform at this point. But as part of a cloud platform, they have the thing called Turnstile, and that's probably what you're talking about. So Turnstile is the whole like login with Cloudflare thing. And we're doing that ourselves, but we're not showing it on the page. We're just doing the invisible version. All right. So yeah, this form is protected by Cloudflare, but we haven't done any like work to make it like pretty and fix the actual problems with it. But that's the main goal. We want to have this contact us form working. There's gonna be some other stuff we got to do too. But we just gotta make sure the function actually works. So yeah, we are deployed now. So now I need to get to logging in that function. And two craze, like, good question. Someone asked it just earlier too. Ami, if you're still out there, right? So don't feel bad. I think it's a good question, and people will ask it as time goes on. All right, so we refresh. If you do exclamation point song, you can get a link. So wait a minute. We didn't get any logs. Oh. So token here. Wow, 1029. So that still would have failed. Yeah. Let's just say, I don't know. Right, because they could increase the size. And yeah, welcome there, Graphite. How you doing? God, I am drinking so much water right now. Oh, really, Graphite? Yeah, it's a pretty cool category. Yeah, there's a lot of good streams. Try not to overhydrate myself. Yeah, I mean, I'll consume some salt, right? Now, and to really do damage with water, you have to chug so much. Like, I'm not drinking fast enough for it to be a major problem, right? I would start getting a headache pretty quick. But I'm willing to bet I am just sweating, right? Like, the water I'm drinking is evaporating and being peed out pretty quick. But yeah, I should probably get some salt in me. Yeah, it's like 93 degrees in this room. Outside it's like 90. This room's typically hotter because I got a laptop, two PCs, a Mac Mini, three monitors, camera equipment, some lights, four like battery backups, and a lot of BS in here. No, I got two fans. I got one on the window right here. And then I've got another one blowing on my camera. I also have one mounted to the back of my camera. All right, so this is still deploying out. Ugh, it's just so hot. I think I am going to take a good note. I'm going to go rinse this out. And I'm going to slice a lime. And we're going to have ourselves a whiskey. I'm going to grab some potato chips too. Or I think tortilla chips. It is 4:30 p.m. So yeah. I'm going to rinse this glass out. Grab a handful of tortilla chips. That way I get some salt and something in the belly. And then we're going to pour a whiskey. And I will be right back. And I'm going to swap the ice packs that are in my pocket right now. Yep. Bust some of these ice cubes out real quick. Okay, there we go. So yeah, grab some tortilla chips. That way a little bit of salt might help me retain some water. Okay, so invalid turnstile token. But why? All right, let me just do this real quick. So those values are making it through. Yeah, I do need to deploy up again. Let me get more music going. Ooh. Ice packs on bare skin. That's a little much. Squeeze some lime in the coconut. We're not trying to sip from the whole fire hose. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that, Graphite. Oh, that is nice and cold. That fresh ice was the move. Oh, right. You feel like the cold, like beverage just sit in your stomach for a second. Ah, perfect. Oh, that's nice. All right, so yeah, we got to deploy back out. It was logging some stuff I didn't necessarily want logged. So yeah, part of our problem though is we're getting to this point. Yeah, I might have wanted to scope this log a bit better. But we should be good. Right? So it's, yeah, it's just some error we're getting from turnstile, but I don't know why. And yeah, what kind of dev do you do, Graphite? You know a little bit of Python that you use for data processing, but you don't do that full time? No worries. What do you do full time? If you don't mind saying, totally up to you. Rackery, you do unemployment and you're great at it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty good at unemployment too, but so far no one's paying me enough to pay the bills. Like when I have been unemployed, no one paid me enough to actually like make ends meet, so I had to get another job. Stupid. You're a mechanical engineer. You run computer simulations to predict when stuff will break. Those simulations can create a lot of data, so you had to force yourself to learn a bit of Python. Makes sense. Currently thinking about what job offering that you would want to actually like do to get you back working. Yeah, that can be tough. Do I have anything I'm currently earning money from as like a side hustle? No. I'm working on it. I really do think this project could be one. A couple of my other projects are a little too ambitious. So I aimed a little smaller with this one with the hope of dog fooding one of the more ambitious ones. But yeah, like if I can launch this and a couple other smaller apps, there could be some value. All right, looks like we're deployed. All right, album's still good. Type error, request with a get or head. Oh, duh. Duh. I feel stupid for missing that one. All right, there we go. You've been a web dev for most of your life, and you're not doing default stuff. Like what you're saying is you don't want to do the BS. I get it. The funny part is most things end up being default, right? Even at big ass companies, right? Most web apps are just create, read, update, delete. I would say give Netflix a shot. Oh, I forgot how good this song is. It's funky. All right, I feel like at Netflix you might have more of a chance to get into like some really like nitty gritty. And they're always hiring. I understand that, Showzilla. I'm talking about the majority of the web is still crud. So yeah, you found an edge case. Cool. Concentrate on that edge case if you want, but the majority of the web is still crud. Not sure where you live. You'd probably have to end up adding the remote only. That's fine. You're just self-selecting out of not having an option, and that's fine. If you don't have to work, then don't work. Yeah, it's looking like, yeah, if you want to really apply to the fun parts of Netflix, you got to really, like, pick your team, like, specifically. Right? This one could be good, though. Computer graphics platform and pipelines. Build and release tools. This one could be kind of fun. The games player experience, right? This kind of like lines up with what you were looking for. This one, we did filter for remote, didn't we? No, this one's on site. Yeah, weird. Even though we typed in remote, come on. So yeah, I mean, if you're in the Los Gatos area of California, maybe worth checking out. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I do think, yeah, this is probably one of the best companies to look at for like some of that random stuff, and they pay really well. Right? Like, that's one hell of a range. If you pass the entry barrier leak code stuff, yeah. I feel like, I think that all depends on the team. As far as I know, with Netflix, you're very like you're very at the whims of like whatever team you're interviewing for, which is very different from, let's say, I'm pretty sure AWS. You have to pass just like the general interview before you can even get placed onto a team. So yeah, I think AWS you deal with a lot more of the leak code BS. I don't know. I think I've only applied to Netflix once. And they did not get back to me. To work at Netflix? I don't know. Trash Dev works there, doesn't he? I'm kidding. He's a smart dude. Just a little roast. And they'll regret it? No. No, they got too many to pick from. They aren't regretting shit. Nah, man. Yeah. Soft skills are a big part. But, like, soft skills are something they can only evaluate in the interview process. So if they don't even call you back, you know, that's a thing. Right? I've only applied once. Let me point that out. I've only applied once. Okay, so this should work, but let's go view the details and be sure. We will send a request from this page. Let's say testing boo at gorilla. Blah, blah. And hot damn, all right. It's alive. It did blend. So now we should be able to go look at Turnstile and see an entry in one of these places. Oh wait, no, not Turnstile. We wanted to see it in storage and databases, key value store. So then support. Yeah, we got one. It's weird it's not in metrics at all. They have said in other places that it sometimes takes a couple minutes to show up in the analytics. But we have the value there. Did it blend? It did blend. So yeah, we at least have a quick ad hoc impromptu data store for people submitting support requests. What I probably want to do eventually is switch over to a proper ticketing system. But for now, I think we're good. For now, I think it's totally fine. But yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to delete. And, yeah, now we need to do the back-end portion of things. Or not the back-end, but like the... Yeah, not back-end. This is all like the front-end stuff, but like the things that make it nice to deal with. So, number one, do I use Trello? No, for this project, I'm using Linear at the moment. And we got a couple bugs we need to resolve that were reported from another user that we will solve. But yeah, at the moment, we're getting these like forms working because I think that's important. All right, so Let's see. So, not every single one. Actually, no, most of these. Yeah, most, I wouldn't say a single user. I think Talented did a few of them, right? At least like some of the initial starting ones. And then Unplug is totally like the majority of these. But this is not necessarily a user. They are a user, but they're a viewer. So yeah, like they're here in chat. Or maybe not here in chat right now, but they've been here in chat. Yes, they're not here at the moment, but we can add them in. Oh, and Trash Panda Software. Sorry, you said hi earlier and I spaced. Yeah, how you doing? Welcome. And you're a pro crud monkey. I thought you were a panda. I thought you were a panda. But yeah, welcome everyone. You want testers? Stream. Like, dude, I really think every indie hacker should be streaming. I truly, fundamentally believe every indie hacker should stream. You don't have to hit the Primogen numbers. But having a good, just community makes some of this stuff a lot easier. Carlos, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Whiskey. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I'm not familiar with your stream. Make sure you got a camera, a microphone. Yeah, no worries, Graphite. Yeah, I'll see you again. Stream 5 days a week. Now, you don't have to do the whiskey thing. You do need to be interactive. People are not here just to watch code happen. They're here to hang out with someone. If it was just about watching code, they could just watch a YouTube video. So, yeah, that's the biggest thing. Like, just because there might not be anyone there, if you don't keep talking as if there are people there, then no one will actually stay and lurk. Focus timer and a conversation timer. It's an option. I think the Pomodoro thing is useful for people, but it's hard to do well. Yeah, I think no matter what, you need a camera, you need a microphone. Streaming without either of those is playing on hard mode. But then, once you got those things, yeah, be interactive, chat, explain what you're doing as you're doing it, even if no one's asking, right? Talk out loud and say what you're doing and why. Another nice bit, have some good music. Up to you. It's a long road, though, right? You know? Basically, nobody starts out and is successful immediately. Right? Like, I remember Primogen streaming to like 40 people at a time for a long time until he blew up on YouTube. But 40 people, I'm okay with it. 40 people is awesome. There are gaming streamers that would kill for 40 people to watch them. But there is something to the, line must go up mentality. That's kind of brutal. Offer text to speak for bits or a small donation. I guess. I don't know if that's... I don't know. Yeah, maybe. To me, that's if you want to, like, monetize your stream more. And that's a big difference compared to just building your stream in the first place. I think in general, just build your stream and chat and hang out with people. But yeah, I've been doing this for 7 years now. No, I mean, like, literally every indie hacker should stream, especially because even if you only have 5 people watching, of those 5 people, you have a much higher chance of someone being willing to, like, try something out, right? And test stuff with you. Larobi, for someone who's like very focused and can't pay a lot of attention to chat, maybe. I think that gets tricky though. Like, can you name a single successful software and game dev streamer that doesn't pay attention to chat? I can't think of one. Right? Prime, Thor, Lana. Nah, they all pay heavy attention to chat because it's still the same point. Like, why would someone watch your live stream when they could just watch a YouTube video if they're not going to be able to interact, right? Interaction is the number one thing. My playlist does a lot of the heavy lifting, and you're more than welcome. Yeah. Like, all the music I play, I've bought it on Bandcamp. You don't have to buy it, but I don't know. It's nice to support the artists that you might be making money off of while you're streaming, My playlist does a lot of the heavy lifting, yes. I also have fantastic taste in music, right? Come on. And I'm humble, too. I'm like the most humble person. I'm kidding. I'm bullshitting. Bad jokes for days. No Lost Years? Lost Years. Who is that? I'm not familiar with the artist. I'm pretty particular about the synthwave I like and don't like. I don't listen to any synthwave that has singing. It's like a rare thing where I'll allow it. Lyrics just pull me out of the moment. I can listen to songs that I've heard 1,000 times that have lyrics, but nah, in general, not synthwave. Otherwise, we'd be listening to some Gunship right now. Yeah, I'm still not sure what Lost Years is, but, All right, so let's fix this this first form. All right, so we got support, contact us. This is where that form lives. And then we got support form here. Oh, and 1 second, sorry. No, you're good. Regulars add. Now, we just have that to prevent, like, the spam bots. So, sorry about that. You're a regular now, so now you have to show up again. That's a rule. I'm kidding. I'm just having fun. Oh, I was going to guess that this was Assault on Precinct 13 without even reading it. Yeah, dude. I haven't actually seen the first one, but I'm aware of the first one. And hold on, wait. No, this seems familiar. Yeah, I was going to say, like, this album seems really familiar. I think I probably meant to buy that one at one point. And then just messed up because they don't have a proper, like, cart. Or they didn't have a cart. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Why not? Oh, we've definitely listened to this before. Yeah, good call. Yeah, I need to check out more of their stuff. No, we've definitely listened to this on stream before, and I just didn't buy the album. Nah, this is really good. I'm trying to remember the context. Did this make it onto like another anthology thing? Or was it in like a game or something? Yeah, we'll have to give it a shot. We'll play the rest of the album. If the rest of it's this good, I'm definitely buying it. All right, so the part that we're on here for this form, I guess we didn't need that because we're doing that elsewhere. All right, so hold on. I think... Oh, wait, no. We definitely need site key. Yeah, no, that needs to pass in, for sure. Brain fart. Yep, no, we definitely need that. There is definitely a monospace version, for sure. I think it's Comic Code. It's not exactly the same, but it's close enough. Hold on, I gotta share a thing at work. Sorry. Technically, still on the clock. I'm always on the clock. Oh, and hold on, Jai. Mr. Sir. Wait, have you never tried to post a link before? I'm sorry, man. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I don't know why I did the brain fart. Wrong thing. Hold on. I gave you a shout out. Do you stream? If you stream, you know, there you go. There you go, Jai. Just flying on autopilot here. So you got a free shout out. But yeah, you can do links in the future. If you want to repaste that link, go for it. Yeah, no worries. But also, do you stream? If so, I'd love to give you a follow. I saw that you have like a proper image and everything. Dude, you've been following since 2020, man. It's a long time. It's really cool of you. Sorry, I just gotta finish pasting this over for work stuff. Chozilla, you stopped streaming in 2017? I hadn't even started yet. You will stream again in the future? Well, then I'll give you a follow. That way I got it. Nice and easy. You went corporate that year until now. Got it. And when you say corporate, you mean like Fang or Manga or whatever? So you're sitting on that sweet, sweet Fang money? Oh, BMW. Oh, cool. Sorry, for a second I was like, oh, I think I might know a couple people there. But no, I'm thinking of Mercedes. I think we know a couple people from stream that work at Mercedes. But yeah, tomato, tomato. Same thing, right? I know, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. To a degree, me either. I just need it to get me from point A to point B. I do like to snowboard, so I need all-wheel or four-wheel drive, and Subarus are fucking bulletproof, man. My 95 Subaru is fucking bulletproof. Oh, and I missed a follow. Sorry, Chris Carlton. I think it's Carlton. Let me know if it's Charlton instead. I feel like it'd be Carlton, though. But yeah, thank you for the follow. All right, so we got a few things we want to do. You think the rest of the album's pretty chill? Yeah, we'll see. We'll give it a shot. I'm going to need at least like one more song to grab me for it to be worth a full $10. If they had it down around 5, it'd be an instant purchase. Like, instant. But no, a lot of this seems very familiar. What books is my go-to? Or what books are my like, what kind of books? And hey, what's up, Tim? Do you mean like tech books, or you mean like novels and shit? Tech books. I don't read tech books. A tech book is out of date the moment it's printed. Right? Like online? Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff where like the book is kept up to date and it's still online, but a physical printed book is out of date the moment it's like printed. It's just, you know, that content changes, right? Like the code snippets, like everything. Like the content changes just too quickly. Game programming patterns? Yeah, some of the pattern stuff can be valuable. I mean, even the Gang of Four, like design patterns book is worth it to understand, just so you like know the terms, right? I would say there's even like snippets in clean code that are valuable. I mean, I don't like Uncle Bob as a person, but he does make some good points. I think taking clean code too far is a problem. Audiobooks, like Fundamentals of Software Architecture. I don't know. Nah, I can't think of any books I would like fully recommend. I do like white papers. So similar, but not the same thing. The Elm white paper. That shit blew my mind. Concurrent functional reactive programming for functional GUIs. This right here. This is Evan Shaplicki's senior thesis. Like, he built Elm as part of his senior, like, whatever. And this was the document that he wrote and built about it. And this had a very big impact on how I came to like understand state and some of that stuff. And I'm not even sure if he digs into it in this or if he was talking about another case, but he has another, it's maybe this or it's maybe another white paper in which he talks about like game dev. And instead of making everything like object oriented and blah, 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 you can make it more functional. And you get a lot of value out of that too. So at least understanding functional programming, this and other stuff Evan Czaplicki has done has massively been an inspiration in just how I think about state and testability and things like that. Yeah, that's a good one. There's another good one, the Dynamo white paper. I think they linked to it from here. Oh, no, this is it exactly. Right, so this helped me like rethink about how and why NoSQL took off. Right, like this was the inspiration in 2007 for, I'm pretty sure, like MongoDB and Redis and like all sorts of shit. Now, keep in mind that Dynamo and Cassandra basically started up around the same time. So it's a coin flip between any like NoSQL database and whether they were looking at Cassandra or Dynamo. But the result ends up being the same, that SQL was slowing people down. All right, just the rigor of having to deal with the SQL interface and normalization and all that BS made it to where AWS was shipping too slow. So they needed to come up with their own highly available solution to this problem. So another really good read. And then I haven't looked at these for a long time. Let me think. Hold on. I'm trying to think if there's definitely some other PDF that I think has value, and I'm trying to remember which one it is. Yeah, I don't know. I'm spacing on it. There's definitely another really good one out there. Designing data-intensive applications. I'm sure it's fine. I'm not big into a lot of those books. I like a good white paper because it's very much about just like the thing and the result, you know? But the moment you get into like a published book like that, there's just too much like padding. I think there's too much padding to like full-on big published books. Like, how could we possibly charge someone $50 for this book unless it's 200 pages? So like, pad that shit out, man. That's how it feels when I start like really looking at and thinking about other books. I'd rather just read a white paper that does what it says, you know? The Spanner white paper was good. That was the one I was probably thinking about. No, and I get that. I understand that. It's just, no, I don't even care about the cost of it. It's just more, there's an incentive when you're building a book like that. So then, yeah, Spanner. This is another good one. I wish this one had the published date. It looks like 2012. Okay. See when it happens to programming books? Yeah, exactly. Sounds about right, Chozilla. This one is maybe a little less good compared to the Dynamo paper. This one's interesting because Spanner is basically the inspiration for Zanzibar. No, not the country, or city or island or whatever. Zanzibar, Google. Yeah, okay. So maybe just keeping in mind that Zanzibar was built to solve Spanner problems, this is probably the one I was thinking of, though. Now, this is from 2019. I don't know if this is necessarily what I was thinking of. But just think about how, like, permissions works at, like, Google scale. It gets really complicated really quick. But you can start thinking about, like, permissions chains as, like, a linked list. And the moment one permission within the chain fails, you just bail out. But this has to do with, like, there's, like, so much nuance to, well, who did you grant access to explicitly versus who is granted access at an organization level, and, like, how do you check this in a massively distributed, like, Google Docs kind of way, right? So all the permission system of who can access and who you can share it to and blah, 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 right? Anyone with the link or whatever. All of this stuff is Zanzibar, or whatever they called it internally at Google. But I believe Spanner is, like, a big part of it. Like, Zanzibar is, like, the public implementation. If you're not aware, Google basically does an internal version, and then in a lot of cases, they'll make a white paper and implement or introduce an external version. Kubernetes is along those same lines. And hey, what's up, Maniac? Maniac, was that you that commented on Twitter about, like, example, please, when talking about, like, the Ubuntu versus Debian thing? That was you. Okay. I don't have any versions offhand. This Docker version is massively out of date. Actually, 28.3.3 is not bad. No. Okay, so Docker, not bad, but Docker Compose. Wait. I thought it was Docker Compose. We were on some super ancient version. Maybe it was in staging? Yeah, that's actually not bad. Okay, yeah, 1.29.2. Yeah, we didn't have it in production, but we tried it in staging. Docker Compose. Latest version, right? So, like, 2 dot something. Maybe? Yeah, looks like 2.39.2. Meanwhile, like, the Docker Compose that we had available to us in the latest, like, LTS of Ubuntu is just 1.29. Well, 1.29. Yeah, you know what? No, they're both actually just as out of date. I'd say that's definitely part of the problem, but yeah, no. I just remember Ubuntu being so much more up to date in the past. Yeah, no, it looks like they're actually the same. All right, so it might have been a bad tweet. Shit. No, that was a bad tweet. I mean, I still do think there was like other stuff. Like we had to add some other like apt repositories anyway. No, and I get that. I mean, you would have been here anyway. Shit. Come on, you would have been here anyway. And I don't tweet to engagement. Okay, so real quick, I do need to use the restroom. I need to pour some more water and some ice cubes as well. So I'll be right back. I gotta pee. I could probably swap these ice packs in my pockets too. Yes, we are like fully self-hosted for the back end. No, like sometimes you have to self-host, right? For the Elixir stuff we're doing, we need a persistent server. I have ice packs in my pockets. It is 33.6 degrees Celsius in this room right now, which puts it at around like 92, maybe 93 degrees Fahrenheit. That's way too damn hot. I got a fan blowing on me, but yes, ice packs in the pockets for sure. Right, get them on the thigh, right near the femoral artery. Cools you down pretty good. Yeah, it's fucking hot, man. So yeah, let me go pour some more water. Yeah, dude, I'd be so miserable. So yeah, let me go do this. Let me go pour water. I'll be right back. I'm back with a bunch of ice cubes in my water jug. Oh, yeah. Oh, and the ice packs are so nice in the pocket. Just right on the thigh. Come on, let me shift them in. Get them on that femoral artery. Oh. And yeah, with how hot it's been at night too, damn, this other thing I got is also keeping me sane. I'm gonna forget the brand name. So yeah, not the 8 Sleep, because I'm not made of money. The Adamson B10, yes. Right? It's cheaper than an 8 Sleep. It's nowhere near as good as an 8 Sleep, but at a tenth of the price, it's not bad. Now keep in mind, it's not like, oh my god, it's so cold, it's perfect. But it's, you ever like sleep and you get that like hot spot underneath you? This prevents that hot spot. You're gonna get some sleep? Yeah, no worries there, Chozilla. Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you again soon. So yeah, if anything, just preventing that like the hot spot underneath where you sleep, dude, massively worth it. Massively worth it. So where you're at, is that colder? Because I would still consider that too hot to survive. Yeah, that's rough, man. Not too hot, not too cold. I get it. Celsius to Fahrenheit graph. Yeah, so I'd want somewhere around like 20 to 23. Like 20 to 24 when I'm sleeping at night. Like even during the day, shit. Actually, sleeping at night, 20 to 24 is way too hot. I want it down around here. That's what blankets are for, you know? Yeah, I like it cold. I'm a cold weather person. That's why I really don't think I could move or live anywhere but Washington. Like, I still want to get someplace with AC in Washington. So eventually, if I buy some property or an apartment or whatever, it will have air conditioning. Like, I don't care what I got to do. I'm going to have air conditioning. Yeah. Like Washington is only this hot 2 weeks a year. Like that's it. For 2 weeks, it's the only time it's this hot. And then other times, it's like basically perfect. I used to live in Chiang Mai, and it was 43 degrees Celsius every day and humid. I believe I would just melt. Yeah, no, there's nothing else I could do. I would just melt. Down in Oklahoma. 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 Hold on, Methuselah. Have you ever seen Canadian Bacon? It's like I want to say like late 90s film. It's like mid to late 90s. John Candy, a bunch of other like big actors. Yeah. They're like trying to sing Oklahoma, and the only word they know is Oklahoma. Yeah, dude, it's so good. Oh man, yeah, I love that shit. Yeah, the part where they get pulled over by Dan Aykroyd. We're gonna need you to change the or to add the translations for the wine drinkers here, the French Canadians. So all of their like Canada sucks and everything, they had to translate to French. You didn't care that they had it on the side of the thing, but they had to translate it for the wine drinkers. You know, French Canadians. No worries, Maniac. Yep. Reading up on an article or two. Yeah, for sure. All right, so we're gonna have some state. Is submitting, is that state? We want to disable the button. We also want to do this. Did anyone mention I look like Edward Furlong? Yes, it's actually happened a lot. But I will point out, if you mean modern day Edward Furlong, how dare you? But yes, we have that replacement emote. Yes, we get it on a fairly regular basis. Modern day Edward Furlong looks rough. I'll take teenage Edward Furlong any day of the week. Modern day Edward Furlong, them's fighting words. I know I'm like slowly progressing to that state, but I'm not there yet. I don't think. Furlong 15 years ago? I'd have to see some photos. No, I don't necessarily mean like kid Edward Furlong. I'm talking like brain scan Edward Furlong. Right? Like, this is modern Edward Furlong. I'd be a little pissed, you know? But brain scan Edward Furlong? I'd take that one. Sure. Okay, maybe a little older than that. Damn, yeah, I haven't seen this movie in forever. I forgot how young he still looked. Yeah, another one I've gotten in the snowboard world is Scotty Whitlake. And this is probably like way more accurate. Right? Like, I got the wider nose, but that's about it. But yeah, like, I've had multiple people come up to me, like, thinking I was actually him at one point, too. Which is crazier. You just made a huge PR. Now you need a coffee? Okay. I feel like I've heard that, you know, sometimes you need a coffee before you can do your first big PR of the day. Like, some people can't even do a PR until they've had their coffee. And no, I'm kidding. It's a joke. Like, some people can't have an actual, like a poop in the morning until they've had their coffee. Same thing goes for people who, like, wake up with a cigarette. So yeah, it was just me being a little crude. Sorry. No, that's something I've definitely heard. People who are like fully dependent on coffee need coffee to do their morning DM. Cigarette? Yeah, cigarette or coffee. Sometimes both. Yeah, I can see that. I remember when my older brother was trying to quit cigarettes at one point. He mentioned that was the hardest part for him. Just being able to poop in the morning. Which I know, it's a little gross, but it's kind of a thing. Just for my furlong look? Alright, I'll take it. You can always learn to code too. Just saying. Totally up to you. But yeah, hold on. Did I look like Edward Furlong when I was 13? That was me at 14. So, no, I think I was chubbier. And yes, I listened to Korn, obviously. Because I'm old. I'm 41. Now, like, I don't know. I don't think I have the personality for that. I've always been a bit, like, nerdy and like a bit of like a homebody. I will point out, like, I was typically the one that got asked out. There is that. Like, if I really think about it, I didn't actually, like, ask a girl out. God, until, like, my late 20s or early 30s. Now, that doesn't mean stuff didn't happen. It just meant, you know, stuff just kind of worked out. Wait, who's Steve? Wait, what does that mean? I don't have much online. In my 20s? I've got, like, snowboard photos. Hold on, there might be one. Here, yeah, I'll show a couple. Yeah. Brief share. Let me figure out which screen. All right, there we go. Yeah. So, oh, hold on. All right, there we go. So yeah, I must have been maybe 24 in that one. And then, yeah, snowboard photos. Waiting for the light. I think there's another one in here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, probably like 24 in that photo. Maybe 25? There we go. There's long hair, Chris. I'm looking borderline like a girl. There's me as a baby. Fat baby. Yeah. Yeah. Fat baby. Dude, I was a fat baby. I'm progressing back to that state. I am progressing back to that state exactly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, yeah. That's like 25. That's like short hair, Chris. Yeah. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Didn't mean to close that album. Yeah, back to my original one. Exactly. I'm like Benjamin buttoning from my mid tier. But yeah, yeah. So that was me like in my 20s. Let me get more music. I don't remember where we left off. Would I ever consider a hair transplant like Elon? Nah. I mean, if I had the money to burn, maybe. But also, I don't know. That level of vanity is just not something I care about. I went golfing the other day, like last week or whatever, and someone like looked at my hairline and then said, "Oh, hey, I started doing minoxidil," which is Rogaine or whatever. Like I saw them look directly at my hairline. Yeah, exactly. But then they said their thing too. I mean, it's fine. I get it. Um, but yeah, like to me, it's too much. Like it's too much effort. Like because even if you get the transplant from like these other hairs and they go up here, you're still going to lose the hair around it over time, which means then you're going to have to get a second hair transplant just to fill in the gaps that form. And you got to keep taking finasteride basically forever at that point. I can barely remember to take a multivitamin. No, Turkey, it's like 10 grand. Yeah, no, if you want to do it at a good doctor, you're looking at around 10 grand. And maybe that includes the plane flight. But even then, 10 grand and then I'd have to do it again in a little bit, like within a year or two, just to like keep filling in the blanks and it's just going to keep going. Right? I'm basically going to have J. Jonah Jameson, that actor's hairline. Because I've seen the hairlines in my entire family. I'm going bald. It's going to happen. It's just not worth the effort. And it's like a level of vanity that, yes, I'm like, we're all a little vain. It's impossible to be like completely non-vain, right? Like vanity is a human condition. But how vain we get, that's something we can control. And it's just, I don't know, man. Maybe I watched the Popeye movie too much when I was young, but I am what I am. You know? Right? Like, dude, yeah, I am what I am. Yeah, I haven't been to a proper barber. I want to say since around the age of 11. Yeah, Yeah, I haven't been to a proper like haircut place since the age of around 11, maybe 12. I just got hair clippers and I use them. Problem solved. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not vain enough to give a shit about my hair. I don't fucking care, dude. Like, you know, I'm vain enough to know when I need to cut it. But it's just really not something I care that much about. But let me get more music going. I'm trying to figure out, like, this artist, Lost Years, keeps putting out, like, just 2 or 3 song albums. We'll give them a try. Whatever. Why not? Maybe it's good. Who knows? Top 10 list of films? Depends on which list. If you mean, like, of all films of all time, no. Not even close. I enjoy goofy films way too much. Basketball is my favorite film. A bunch of the other stuff, right? Like John Carpenter films, I would rank higher than Terminator 2. Like, I would put Big Trouble in Little China way above Terminator 2. I would put They Live way above Terminator 2. Like, I would put too many John Carpenter films above Terminator 2. I'm a big John Carpenter fan. I consider The Thing a perfect film. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. It is a perfect film. All right, so hold on. Someone asked a question. What's going on here? You see the Odin Project. By the way, you're new here. No worries, Kerwin. Someone was just mentioning that they don't even stream or they don't even code, and I recommended Odin Project if they want to get started. And that was for scratching. What are we doing here specifically? Well, we've got this form that we have finally wired up to Cloudflare functions properly, and the KV store for submitting, like, you know, support tickets and enterprise, like, sales reach outs. We're currently working on the support form, like doing the nice parts, right? We did the bare basics of the form just to make sure that we could start testing the submission of it so we could test the back end. And yeah, Cloudflare pages are not, like, locally testable in a really nice way. Cloudflare workers are, but I just didn't feel like opting into workers at the moment. So yes, our initial testing of Turnstile and KV storage and Cloudflare functions in workers is now working properly. The issue we ran into is we tried to use Astro's adapter for Cloudflare functions, and it just didn't work. It really, really didn't work. I don't understand why. I think it had to do with our, like, routes.json file, but now that we have our functions outside of the routes.json even concerns, right? We're not even using the Cloudflare adapter. Shit just works, right? Because the Astro site will just statically render as we need to, and then the functions are just backend endpoints that allow us to use our dependencies without having to do an extra, like, install step. So Cloudflare nails it with their functions. It's such a good experience, but it did take a little bit of effort to figure out how to make it work with our mono repo that has our dashboard application and our marketing site. Like, where to put those functions, how to call out to them, and all that BS. Yeah, there was a learning curve to making this work. Did that give you the context you were looking for? Is there anything else you want me to explain? And this goes for everyone else out there. hanging out too. I'm happy to explain more before I start digging back in. It's super hot where I am, so I don't mind stretching forward a bit, taking my back off the back of the seat, and letting my back breathe a little bit. This is like my second or third day in this shirt, but I don't have any other clean versions of this really thin, like 32 cool whatever shirt. I don't have any other super thin shirts washed right now, so this one's it. And it breathes really well, but it's super hot in this room. 33.3 degrees Celsius. That's like 91.5 or something like that. Like in Fahrenheit. I'm glad I stocked up on ham and lettuce stuff and like sandwich stuff, because there's no way in hell I'm cooking something tonight. I'm making a sandwich. Continue watching while you do some online shopping. Yeah, no worries, no stress. And any other questions, just let me know. Hold on, let me double check a thing. No, that shit's fine. No, like the rule of thumb, there's a different rule of thumb. Like if we were to take 33 and add 15, that's not correct. Right? 33.3 times 2, 66.6, plus 15 is only 81. Like, you're off there. Like, you're way off. I think the general rule of thumb is to add 30. Oh, you're saying... Oh, wait, no. So, I see it. The order of operations got me. Yeah. It's multiply by 2 and add 30. But even then, that's not accurate either. But yeah, like you added the 15 before multiplying by 2. Gotcha. But as a rule of thumb, it just doesn't work quite right, especially once you get to the higher end of the spectrum. When you're somewhere in like the 60 to 80 range, it's pretty accurate. But once you get to like 90 and above, it like skews way further. It's actually like a 3/5 plus something of like the Celsius. Like, there's a formula for it. I remember coming up with the formula. Like, it was like one of the things I had to do in school for like one of the math classes, like Algebra 2 Trig or whatever. Fahrenheit to Celsius. Hold on. Celsius to Fahrenheit. Oh, 9/5? Yeah, no, for some reason I thought it was 3/5. No, it's 9/5. Yeah, okay. So yeah, 32 is the baseline where you like bring it back to 0 and then you're multiplying by 9/5. That's like the closest you're gonna get. So yeah, just saying there, Condi, like the rule of thumb is exactly that, right? It's not meant to be an exact thing. So instead, like, I'd rather just convert it exactly just to know the actual number. But yeah, 32 as the offset is definitely the better option. But it ends up being like a 1.8 instead of a 2 for like the multiplier. right, so yeah, the submitting state is something we care about. I think we've got like a max width on something here, but I don't know if we do. If we go back to the support page, I think that's where our max width is. Oh, no, not this one. Contact us is actually where we've got that max width. Yeah, max WLG. So then what we probably want to do is just MX auto. So then if we look at it, that's the production version. If we go to dev here, server should be running, right? Why won't dog hunt? Dog should hunt. Dog might hunt. All right, there we go. I actually feel like we want to get the title kind of centered in there too. How do we feel about it? Should it actually be aligned to the left? Would that be better? It'd probably be more consistent with some other pages. We can get rid of the max width. I think that would look weird, though. Yeah, what does everyone think here? Like, I don't know. Hmm. I'm going to call it good enough for now. Anyone with design chops? Let me know what you think. And then Hunar, I sounded like a Minecraft villager for a second. Wait, was that the... All right, so this is... Huh. Was that it? Yeah, I don't even know. This is going to out me in a way that I should probably feel bad about. I've never played Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft. I did play Terraria, which is just like a better graphics Minecraft, isn't it? A better graphics 2D Minecraft. Sure, people left. I'm sure a few people left chat just because of those statements. I'm okay with it. Oh, Hunar. So, as a dev, you started out trying to learn Java to make mods. You never actually made any mods, but you ended up learning Java and getting into the field. That's actually huge. I think that's amazing. Minecraft as like an introduction to software dev is something really respectable, actually. That's really cool. Yeah, that is amazing. That's really awesome. It's like, it's what Roblox could be, but it's just so fucking predatory. No, and I get it, Hunar. Yeah, I've never played Minecraft. I don't know, man. It looks fine when I see other people play it. Cool. I don't know. I have other games I'd rather play. But real quick, like, I got enough water for now. I might want to replace the ice packs in my pockets. And I might want to go slice some more limes. But you like how MySpace influenced web dev? Yes. Code Shutter. Yes, 100%. I got into web dev because I had already learned HTML from GeoCities. I had already learned CSS from MySpace. I had already done ActionScript in Flash, you know? Every single thing I dealt with prepared me to be a dev, like to be a web dev. But it's because I'm fucking old. You know, I'm 41. I lived through those times instead of just hearing people talk about it. So yeah, give me a second. I am gonna go slice another lime. No, yeah, Minecraft sounds really fun with friends, but it's almost the same itch you would scratch with a whole bunch of other games like Pal World and a bunch of that stuff, right? It's about like the survival and like the co-building, and there's dozens of games you could play to do that. But BRB. All right. Limes are sliced. Ice packs in the pocket. Okay, Monster Hunter? Yeah. I played one of the games. I actually have a bit of like a mental block because of Monster Hunter. I forget which Monster Hunter it was. It's like, we're talking like 2017, maybe 2018. I had a cat that I didn't recognize the problem until it was too late. But basically, like, they were like peeing in places that they never pee. And I let them outside at one point, like during winter, and they never came back. Now, I believe this cat was experiencing kidney failure. And I fucked up. Like, I should have recognized it way ahead of time, but I was playing that game, and it had the cats in it, and blah, 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 but then I let the cat out, and I don't know. Like, there's still something I really regret about that, and playing any Monster Hunter game would just remind me of that, because you got, like, the cats that cook your food for you. But I just didn't recognize it at the time. I should have just taken him to an emergency vet. Probably would have had to put him down. But it would have been better than him just dying out there alone, you know? No, I should have known. I definitely should have known. It's something I still, like, massively regret. And, yeah, like, the Monster Hunter games remind me of that every time. Even when I just hear it mentioned. I still think about it, you know? Like, I should have been better. Like, I was borderline mad at him because he was peeing in places that he shouldn't be peeing, you know? Like, in one of my, like, luggage bags and, like, all sorts of weird places. Like, I should have recognized it as a warning sign. I just didn't. And I regret that. Like, majorly. He was a 19 or 18-year-old cat. He was old as fuck. And these were outdoor cats, like the mom and, like, the son. The son is the one that actually went first. But yeah. No, I massively regret that. I didn't recognize the mom's problems, like, a year later either. Until it was too late. Like, yeah. I think she also had, like, a kidney problem. Like, hereditary, so it makes sense. But I didn't get her to the vet until it was too late anyway. But again, she was like 19. She was a year older. They were old cats. I just wish I'd seen it. I wish I knew in the moment. Oh, no, don't feel bad about that. How could you know? That's not your fault. No, man. Don't you dare feel sorry about that. I'm just pointing out why I haven't played a Monster Hunter game since. Like, they were both basically, like, my cats, you know? Like, they were the family cats, but the younger one, like the tuxedo cat, that was, like, my cat. I named him Puppy and everything. And then, like, the older cat that was the mom, she was one of those, like brown tabbies. She was awesome, too. Like, she was the best cat. She was, like, the runt, like, just, like, super small, but super smart. Like, she knew how to, like, turn on water faucets because she was thirsty, kind of thing. Granted, like, we always had water for her. But we didn't do any of the, like, the constant water things where it's, like, a constantly circulating bit of water, so the water gets stale, you know? Next cat I get is going to be so fucking spoiled. I'm just really, like... I don't know, I'm, like, forcing myself to pay penance. I don't think I deserve a cat yet. Place I live would actually allow cats. I'd have to, like, clear it. You know, like, they'd want to charge me, like, an extra $200 for, like, an extra deposit for it. I'd be totally fine with that. I don't know. I do go out of town enough that I wouldn't have anyone to, like, watch them. But, yeah, I don't know. Something I think about. And Ami, like, dude, do not feel bad. No one should feel bad about this. This is a me thing. It's fine. I really want another cat here at some point, for sure. I just don't think it's, like, right, you know? Because I do travel at least every once in a while. I wouldn't want to, like, board a cat, but I don't really have anyone that would watch a cat for me either. Technically, I'd want to have, like, the litter robot going and, like, the food dispenser going and, like, the water, like, circulator going to where, I don't know, a cat would probably be fine without me for a while, but I'd still feel weird about it, leaving them too long. Like, more than 3 days. And it happens such that, like, at least once a year, I'm basically out of town for an entire week because of, like, the overlapping of conferences. Like, I'm going to be out of town for an entire week at the end of September. Like, I go to Commit Your Code conference, and then basically I'm going to fly from Commit Your Code conference in Dallas to San Francisco for Get Merge, right? It's just, I don't know. I'd feel really bad leaving Cat alone that long. Especially because, like, they'd be, like, codependent on me. If I had 2 cats, well, then at least they could be codependent on each other. But then, that's 2 cats, you know. Ugh. Cats are remarkably resilient. Like, 3+ days in the right situation is totally doable. But you need the litter robot, the feeder, the water circulator, you know? Which I'd happily do. I'm not there yet. One of these days, for sure. I really do want another cat. And then, like, a few years later, a second one. Just because, number one, I think they need each other, and number two, I'm not sure how, like, you know, like, a cat's a 10 to 20 year commitment. 10 years from now, how am I going to handle losing a cat while having another one is a good buffer, you know? So then you at least got the other. I don't know. Who here else is like a big cat person, but just isn't at a good point in their life to have another cat? I just picture 50 to 60-year-old me being really bummed about losing a cat, and I'd want to have it, you know? So you've got a cat now? Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I'm a huge cat person. What I was actually getting at is like where you'd really want a cat, but you just know you're not in a good place for it. Oh, you got 4 outside cats. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, so Tim, like, are they barn cats? Like, do you live on like a big property? Like, are you like in the Midwest or something? "50 acres of country in Tennessee." Ah, yeah. So you need barn cats at that point. Yeah, for sure. No, that's super cool, dude. Oh, that sounds even cooler, but also like a lot of responsibility. But that's the big thing, right? Like, dude, you could leave those cats for a week and it'd be fine, you know? They'd be okay. They'd figure shit out. You could leave those cats for a week. No problem, you know? Well, hold on, wait. Are they actually like barn cats or are they like indoor outdoor cats? Love your pets over people? Yeah, no, I get that. That makes sense to me, for sure. It's rare, but cats basically never dump you. Technically, yes, cats will dump you. They'll totally go somewhere else that they're going to get fed if you're neglecting them. And I actually respect that. I love the independence of a cat. A dog will starve to death waiting for you. Meanwhile, a cat will figure shit out. So it depends on, like, do you value loyalty over self-sufficiency? And that's where, like, the big, like, cat person, dog person thing comes to a head. Got it. Oh, so yeah. The cats adopted you rather than you adopting them. And that's actually a big thing cats have done over like the entire course of human history. Right? Like cat meows actually try and mimic babies crying for like a very specific reason. A blue macaw for 1.5K, but those birds are illegal to own where you're at. Interesting. Yeah, I never even thought about, like, I didn't even realize there were, like, bird restrictions. That's crazy to me. Like, I wouldn't have even thought about it. Is it just illegal in, like, the apartment complex you're in because of the noise they make? Or is it like a protected species where you're at? But anyway, yeah, I know we're getting majorly sidetracked. That's the point of streaming. Sometimes we just want to hang out and chat. And then, yeah, I'll slowly get some work done. They're protected in Brazil. Their numbers are really low. Oh, yeah. Like, honestly, yeah, that blue macaw should have been at some, like, conservatory, you know? Some place where it could, like, potentially breed kind of thing, you know? So I get that, yeah. I would never want, like, a protected species, even though, hold on, what is that one cat? It's like the palace cat or whatever? This is it. Dude, I want a pet palace cat so bad. Oh, dude. This cat's my spirit animal. Like, oh my god. Like, look at that grumpy ass face. Ah, dude. This motherfucker is my spirit animal. Right? I really want a palace cat, but you know. Dude, they're so fucking cool. Oh, they're so cool, man. Right? Like, look at how grumpy he looks. Ah, he's my spirit animal for sure. He even looks like he's balding on the top of his head. Right? He's got that, like, old man, like, it's growing out from the sides, like, look, because of where his ears sit. Right? Like, totally, dude. This is, like, the balding man cat. Like, literally. I really want a palace cat. Whatever. I'll never have one, but I really want one. Like, we could line up a photo of this guy and J.K. Simmons right next to each other, and they're basically the same image. Yeah, that's a meme I want to make at some point. But whatever, we don't have to do it right now. All right, so let's get some more music going. And yeah, I can't express how much being able to just like rant and chat and chill like this is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding. I appreciate y'all for being here. This is great. This is just plain great. Back to our form, though. We've got the one. Yeah, I appreciate it, Ami. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, having people to talk with is nice. Like, I only leave the house maybe like 2 or 3 times a month. You know, technically to go to the grocery store where I barely chat with anyone, I don't count that part. Yeah, streaming is my primary form of socialization too. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I go out to Seattle JS once a month, and then sometimes there's like a second event during the month that I go out to. But yeah, I basically leave the house only twice a month. And sometimes only once. And when I say leave the house, I mean like for social reasons. To pick up groceries, etc., that's not social. You're not interacting with a real human being. You're interacting with an employee to check out, and you're done. So yeah, no, like, streaming... I picked up streaming when I was fully remote for the first time, and I was going out to like 4 meetups per week. Because the Seattle meetup scene was super good. You could find 4 meetups a week, like, on average, maybe like 2 or 3. But in some heavy weeks, like 4 meetups a week. And if you wanted to be social, you totally could. Right? You can go out to all these things, like the Python meetup, the Kubernetes meetup, the Go meetup. Like, they would all, like, hit without overlapping with each other in a really good way a bunch of the time. And yeah, I went to meetups to be social, and then when I started streaming, I went to way less meetups. And it's a good thing, too, because COVID hit like 2 years later. I'm like, oh man, basically no meetups anymore. What would I even do with myself? I have no idea. I'd probably be one of those people that's like, I like working in the office. I hope I'm never that person. But I might have become that person without meetups and streaming. I think return to office is good. No, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. All right, so yeah, I'm going to say this form is good enough at the moment, right? We've got the submitted state. What we need to do then is after we have submitted, if we're successful, is submitted. I don't like it because the scannability of it is wrong. Right? If I'm like looking for keywords, is submitting and is submitted overlap way too much for me to actually catch that when scanning code. We could change it to has submitted or is done. I feel like is done is a better like scan pattern match. I think I like is done. Is done? That's a different thing. All right, so thank you for your message. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, you can check out our support docs for more information. Damn, Super Maven, that's exactly what I was looking for, except Let's do another one of these. But yeah, JD, how's your game dev going? Are you still doing framework stuff? Or are you like building out the game? And I may have mixed up the framework thing with someone else. That's on me. That's my bad. I feel like you were doing your own like framework. All right, so for your game, been working on artwork lately. Ooh. See, that's the biggest thing when people say like, "Ooh, they want to be game devs." How good at the art are you? Yeah, no, so JD, I'm thinking of someone else. Who am I thinking of that's building their own actual like engine? And what's up, Bingo? Mr. Sir. Here's the thing, JD. The person I'm thinking of also has an epic beard, right? Like you have an epic beard right now too, right? Who am I thinking of? With the epic beard, making their own engine. Ah, shit. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. Yeah, I know where Zero... Dude, this is one of my favorite, like, synthwave albums for sure. Yeah, no, I'm totally thinking of a different person. Yeah. Sorry about that, JD. You do have an epic beard, though, right? Maybe you don't want to use the word epic, but you do have, like, the beard. There's another bearded dev building their own framework. Or their own engine, technically. And their name escapes me right now. Whatever. Yeah. Now, that's actually gonna... That might actually even, like, keep me up at night. Besides, like, the temperature. Yeah, no worries. No, it's fine. We see them all the time. Yeah, I don't know. Yep. We'll figure it out. But yeah, no worries, JD. No worries. Just, yeah, just trying to remember. Right after I end stream, well, I can just say it on my gaming stream. No big deal. No problem. All right. So yeah, how's everyone's day going? Dude, I am just still sweating my balls off. It's 7 p.m. and it's still 33.1 degrees Celsius in this room. I need to figure out how to like metamorphose into a fucking cocoon to get away from this heat. Maybe it's just metamorph. Whatever. You know what I meant. Oh, really, JD? Shit ventilation where you're at? No, like, I got good windows where I'm at, but I don't have air conditioning. Here we go. This is the one. Oh, no, not fucking... All right, Facebook works. It was on Reddit first. Dude, Washington State, besides Alaska, has the lowest percentage of places with AC. The absolute lowest. It's crazy, dude. Like, we are so far behind the times. Like, we're all in denial about global warming at this point. That's what it seems like. And I want to bet a major percentage of this 53% is like a portable AC unit. Not even like a proper, like, centralized air kind of thing. Dude, it's crazy. Like, Maine's right there, but 70% of Maine households have an actual air conditioning. Like, what the fuck, dude? I'd move to any one of these other states if they had good snowboarding. But Colorado snowboarding actually kind of sucks. Colorado's too flat. Utah. Then you're in Utah. Not gonna lie, I've actually thought about moving to Utah. If the company I work for right now had existing employees in Colorado, or not Colorado, sorry, Utah, I'd move to Utah. I'd just do it. It'd be that easy. I would move to Utah right fucking now. Because their snowboarding is amazing. No, I get it, Bingo. Now, here in Washington State, we only need air conditioning 2 weeks out of the entire year, right? If it's a 52-week year, which it is, the other 50 weeks are so reasonable that it doesn't matter, you know? It's really hard to want to invest into a system that you're only going to have a major benefit from for 5% of the year, you know? Max. Closer to like 4% of the year. It's just not worth it at that point, you know? But I get it. I get it. And the snowboarding here in Washington is super. You drove through Ohio a couple weeks ago? Yeah, one of my favorite things about, like, I remember driving, like, coast to coast. We lived in Jersey. We drove to Washington when I was, like, 12, going on 13. And, yeah, it was one of those things where, like, dude, you could take a nap and you'd be, like, a state away. Like, you could just take a nap and you'd be in a whole different state. Like, you'd be in a whole different fucking state on the East Coast. But then you hit the West Coast, and all right, you take a nap, you're in Montana. Take another nap, you're still in Montana. You take a third nap, you're still in fucking Montana. What the fuck, dude? Because if you don't know, Montana is 850 or something miles wide. Montana's a giant fucking state. And it sucks. Like, dude, and it sucks so much. But yeah, like, I really remember that. Like, oh, what state are we in? And you could ask, and like, oh yeah, you're in a new state. You're in fucking Ohio, right? Oh, you're asleep again. You're in Michigan. You're asleep again. You're in Minnesota. You're asleep again, you're in Montana. You're asleep again, you're in Montana. You sleep again, you Montana. Like, dude, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Find a state that has no speed limits on the interstate. As far as I know, Montana's the only one. Like, the only state in the entire U.S. that even had that, and I don't even think they do that anymore. I don't think Montana actually still has the safe and prudent, like, speed limit. I could be wrong, but I do remember that was a thing, but you know what? It's actually just a license for the cops to pull you over whenever they say, right? Because they can just say, like, well, the speed didn't seem prudent to me. I think it's actually like a bullshit thing. It's like unlimited PTO. Yeah. No, it's not actually unlimited PTO. If you take too much PTO, you're in the crosshairs. Right? It's just an excuse for them not to pay out PTO when you leave the company. Because it was unlimited and you could have taken as much as you want. But if you take too much, yeah, you're in trouble. So yeah, if anyone out there is unaware, unlimited PTO is a fucking trap. It's really fucking dangerous, actually. No, you cannot take 3 months off out of the year, even though it says unlimited. Nah, you can't do it. Nah, dude. This isn't fucking Europe. Right? This isn't like a mandatory take the summer off kind of thing. Yeah, unrestricted is totally gone. Yeah, Montana no longer has the safe and prudent speed, like, thing. Yeah, for sure. It's probably like around 80 or something, which is crazy, because it's such a big state. Like, come on. Best way to learn React Cloudflare? I'd say those two things are totally separate, and you should not be splitting them out with only a slash. Right? Best way to learn React is a totally different way to learn Cloudflare. Right? Like, nah, man. They're fundamentally separate things. If you just have a React project that is static assets, you can ship that up to Cloudflare without learning anything about Cloudflare. But that wasn't necessarily what you asked. In general, if you learn how to deploy static assets to any platform, you're setting yourself up for any other platform too. If it's just static assets. The moment you go beyond statically compiled JavaScript, HTML, and CSS, well, now you're dealing with a totally different problem. And that's what we're dealing with here on stream. We're dealing with submitting a form to Cloudflare functions and having that shit get propagated into the key value store. That's a different thing. So yeah, Z-Real big deal. I like that name. That's fun. It's like fun to say. I would say just in general, learn React. Build applications with it. And then how you deploy it, that's a totally separate concern. And when you want to think about deployment, it's like a totally separate search and learning process and all that. In general, you can probably get by on the free tier of Cloudflare, Vercel, Netlify, whatever, Render, with your React SPA, but your back end is going to have to live somewhere else. And that's the tricky part. Like, where does your back end live? And again, like, it's going to depend on where you're deploying that and how you're deploying it. If you want to learn React, I would recommend the Odin project. There's also Free Code Camp. I don't really care. Just pick one. Right? So Odin project or Free Code Camp, either one. Just pick it. Move on. And that's where you learn the React part. If you want to deploy a React application, dude, you could do GitHub Pages, you could do Cloudflare, you could do Vercel, you could do Netlify, you can do all of this shit. And I don't think you need to know about the difference until you start trying to do something outside of the norm for any of that stuff. But I don't know what you're building. I don't know what you're doing. I can't recommend anything for you. Deployment is its own beast in such a special way that you shouldn't equate that to whatever thing you're learning. Does that help? I don't know. Up to you. Let me know. All right, so for the title that we're doing here, right? Text 4XL. And we should probably space this in a similar way. Oh, shit. And this is where that contact us title is actually a problem. Shit. All right, so hold on. Our title actually has to be here. JD, I get that. Sometimes someone just has to build something and publish it. And the value is in doing that effort. Right? Like, sometimes you just need someone to tell you what to do. And then you do it. And then you do a thing. And then you maybe go outside. But, like, yeah, I think there's value to someone just following a guide sometimes. Do I know where that line is drawn and why you would pick a guide versus like go your own way? No, I don't have a thing for that. So, to a degree, yes, absolutely. I fully agree with you, JD. I just think sometimes when people ask the questions of chat like that, they're not necessarily like saying where they're coming from. So then like trying to give like a blanket statement just doesn't work. Yeah, like there's not a 100% answer for any of these questions, for sure. We just have to make our best effort to answer it because the person didn't provide the context that would have helped us discern better, you know? I think that's the tough part. No. JD, I don't think you were trying, like, I don't think you were too authoritative. I think you gave some good advice. I just still think there's enough room for, like, what they were asking for versus what they actually needed. That gap allows a lot of, like, assumptions to be made. And at that point, like, whatever. Doesn't affect me. But I do still like to think about it, you know? I feel like their question was so fuzzy that to give a full answer for it missed the nuance of, yeah, we needed more information from them. technically. But, whatever. Yeah, no worries, Shady. Like, dude, I appreciate you, man. Everyone is in chat is better because you tried. Because even if you're not specifically answering their questions, someone else might have been wondering something similar. So fuck it. Whatever. Shit. Shit. All right. Anyone here play Path of Exile 2? Anyone looking forward to the new release later this week? Exactly, bingo. Like, we all grow together. I grow in mainly how I approach chatting about these things, which you can't teach, you know? Like, you can only learn through lived experience for some of these questions, you know? But I really appreciate hanging out. Like, man, we're just doing our thing. I think we're at a good place with this part. But I do need to copy that part. And it's really just all of that BS. Yes. You can never get into PoE. You're hoping that Europa Universalis 5 is good when it releases later this year. Yeah, I really like the 4X games, right? I'm a big fan of 4X, and I have not actually dug deep into a Europa Universalis game. I feel like maybe I tried to pirate it like 20 plus years ago or something, like the first one, you know? I feel like Europa Universalis feels like a similar void to, you know, Civilization, obviously. That's the obvious answer. But also like Crusader Kings. And like they all focus on very specific parts of like the forever empire. Like sim, you know? Like Crusader Kings is all about the leader, you know? Whereas I feel like Europa Universalis is more economic. And then Civilization is like fully focused on conquest. You might delude yourself in thinking that the religion victory or the culture victory matters, but no, conquest victory will get you there quicker. And yeah, maybe my assumptions on the niche these games fill is wrong, but it feels about right. Oh, the Victoria series is more like pure economics rather than conquest. Oh, so really like Europa Universalis actually like fills the same void as Civilization then. So really, they're just trying to capitalize on Civilization blowing it with their latest changes. Because I think a lot of people complained about that. All right, so I think what we've got here is pretty good. There's more diplomacy stuff in it, like personal unions, converting cultures, taking a side in the Protestant Revolution. Yeah, I mean, I think civilization's taken a lot of steps in doing a bunch of that. But, yeah, I don't know. Civilization, I think, tries to be more approachable. Whereas, like, Europa tries to be more nuanced, right? Like, more specific. I don't know. Like I'm saying, I haven't played that much Europa. More spreadsheety. Yes. All right. So that, yep. That actually aligns with exactly what I was thinking. Yes. Right? Like in Civilization, a lot of this stuff ends up being like surfaced up to the top level for you rather than needing to dig into the data mining aspect of it. Whether you like that or dislike that, that's at least something to think about. At least as far as the difference goes. Oh, we totally cooled down a bit. We're only at 32.8 degrees Celsius in this room. Still too hot, man. Still way too hot. I'm going to raise my arm to the fan and funnel the air into my armpit a bit to try and cool off a bit. It's not helping. It's 91F in this room. It's probably a little cooler outside right now because we're like, you know, towards the end of the day. It's 84, but yeah, it's still 91 in this room. Yeah, this room cools off way slower than the outside world. God, 84 still sucks. Tomorrow's also gonna suck. Wednesday's gonna be okay. Thursday and Friday are gonna suck again. The weekend looks okay, and then, ooh, we still heat up more. Yeah, September starts out way too fucking hot, man. I really, really, truly think our calendar system sucks. It doesn't actually keep up with how our seasons actually work. Like, our seasons are shifting. Spring is going colder and colder later and later. Winter is starting later and later, you know? So the seasons are changing, but the numbers are not, right? Like, our dates are not. And that's kind of a bummer, man. Because, like, businesses still operate on, like, a proper calendar year meaning something. You think Stardate is important? Like Star Trek date? Star date 8/25/2025, Washington State style. It's way too fucking hot right now. It's way too fucking hot right now. God damn it, man. Yeah, like, this is the temperature I would expect in July, not fucking August right now, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I believe we have this support form done. Ish. Meh, maybe. So now I need to create another form. And this form is sales.tsx. And son of a bitch. This form is not ready for prime time. It was just copied and pasted. Anyway, let's do it. I forgot to like Trash's thing. Yeah, Trash Dev was asking about hotels on the strip, and I just chimed in with 15-year-old knowledge. So, yeah, this shit's bullshit. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, let's get more music on. Shit. Come on, man. Let's do our thing. I do have to go pee. But we got time for that. All right. Let me go pee. BRB. God, this temperature, man. It's just too fucking warm. It's too fucking warm, dude. Oh, man. Oh, I had to pee real bad. All right, 32.6 in this room. It's cooling off. This is happening. It's just not good. But back later all. Bingo, you got to get some sleep. I get it. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out. Dude, there's just something about when it's this hot out. I drink the whiskey, man. Like, I just don't get it. Like, no, this is whiskey weather. I'm hoping to drink enough whiskey to just pass out tonight. And not sit there just sweating. When it's too cold? No, I love the cold. Ooh, I fucking love the cold. I can throw on a hoodie. I can do everything. Oh, man. I love the cold. I fucking love it. This heat. Nah, man, I can't do heat. I can do cold. I got clothes. I got all sorts of stuff I can do. Whiskey when it's real cold outside? No, I get that. Yeah. No, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. I get it. That is a very different thing. All right, so we're doing another one of these, and yeah, it's 7:35 p.m. Yeah, we're going a little late. What we want to do next is implement this sales form, and the sales form has slightly different fields. But also, we're late enough that I should just hop over to gaming, right? I should make my sandwich. Dude, the ham and the cheese that I've been slicing for these sandwiches. So good. Ooh, so good. Yeah, the ham I bought at Costco, I sliced up half of it. Or not sliced, but I cut half of it into the one that I'm working from, then I froze the other bit. We'll see how the frozen bit goes, but I mean, none of that animal goes to waste. All right, so yeah, let's build out this form. I am just, if anyone is not realizing, we solved all of our Cloudflare problems earlier today. Yeah, the cheese is amazing, dude. I ran out of American cheese, and that was actually a benefit. Because the ham that I'm slicing is super fucking good, right? Costco chunk of ham. And then the cheese I'm slicing is actually like a Costco, like, quarter of a wheel. And then, yes, I got, like, the greens. Excuse me. No, like, I got a really solid sandwich. I even have, like, guacamole I could spread. But no, I think I'm good. I think ham, cheese, bread, lettuce shit. Like, you know, kale, spinach, whatever, right? I'm okay with that. That's a solid fucking sandwich. chips on there to make it crunchier. Yeah, I don't need that. But you're not wrong. If I had some good, solid, like, strictly, like, salted potato chips, I could throw that on. I could see that. Right? Lay's or... I don't think kettle chips would be the right move. They're a little too thick, but doable. Yeah, no, it's not my vibe, but I understand it. If I was doing like a tuna fish sandwich, yeah. Ooh, add some fucking chips. Damn right. No. If I was gonna do some like tuna fish sandwich shit, potato chips are the move. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, kettle would be like a... You bite into it and you hit it wrong and like, well, now you're bleeding a little. Which tastes delicious, by the way. A little bit of that, like, roof of the mouth bleed. Sometimes that's part of the entire taste of a meal. Right? That, like, that roof of the mouth bleed. Ooh, no, there are certain things where just like, no, I'm not saying a gusher. I'm just saying like just a little slice here and there. It can add some value. I'm not saying you'd want it for every meal, but there's certain things where it really works. Trying to think. Yeah, I don't have a specific example, so whatever. Yeah, no, I get it. Don't call me chief. I'm not your chief guy. There's an expected reply. Real quick. Come on. South Park style. I'm not your friend, buddy. No, you missed it. It should have been I'm not your buddy, chief. Right? And then like the circle continues. Yeah, come on. We were close. It's all right. It's fine. No judgment. I'm just happy that we can make a South Park reference live here on stream and most people get it and know. Buddy. Yeah, totally. That's the best. That said, though, hold on. Are we late enough that I should just leave a leaving off for tomorrow? Because it's hot. I just want to play some games. And I think I should probably eat some food. So our leaving off today... All right. Now, we're at a really good point. I think this is our leaving off for today because we can come back here tomorrow and then hammer out the sales form. All this other stuff works, right? Like the sales form and then like the sales endpoint. We proved out all the bullshit for it, and I bet we'll hammer out the sales part real quick. Like, I'm really happy that we solved the support form and, like, all the other BS to do with it. But also, it's fucking hot still. And I want to relax a bit. and chug more whiskey and hopefully pass out and not have to think about the temperature. Because it's too fucking hot right now. But this is not the place to do that, right? Gaming stream, right? There's a time and a place for everything. That time and place is gaming stream. We've made some good progress, though. Like, honestly, I'm really happy with it. My main goal for today was to figure out how to make these, like, actual forms work. And, like, turnstile and the forms and, like, the functions and submitting to the key value store is amazing. Yeah, no, I'll be over on gaming. Yes, I will be on gaming channel right after this. If you're not aware, yeah. That channel's right there, man. We'll figure out what game to play. I'm thinking after the sandwich and maybe like a TV show, we play and try and finish the Indiana Jones game. Because I need to free up that space on my hard drive. Like, dude, the Indiana Jones game is easily like 40 to 80 gigabytes just eating up space on my drive, man. I need to finish that up. Yeah, oh, thank you, Ami, Mr. Sir. I think we saw one from Chars as well. Appreciate you. Thank you. But we need to go figure out who we go raid, right? And yes, is part of it that I saw the numbers of, like, viewers waning here on this stream? Yeah, I get it. I think my attention was waning too, so they saw that, so I get it. If I was better and if I didn't have as much whiskey, I think the numbers would have been better too. So it's fine. Like, no stress. Come on, man. Let's go figure out who we go raid. Who's even streaming right now? Who's even streaming right now? Oh, we see Ben Holmes. We see Nikwan Datasai. We see Z.A. Shaw. If I see a chance to raid Ben Holmes, I kind of really want to raid Ben Holmes. He's only been live an hour. I bet he'll go a little later. We're going to go raid Ben Holmes. He's such a good dude. Like, he has raided us so many times. No, he deserves this raid more than anyone I can think of. He has raided us so many times. If y'all don't know Ben, he is the whiteboard dev. The dude that, like, writes on the whiteboard and does all those, like, really cool fucking TikToks and YouTube shorts and all that shit. If you haven't seen him, well, I think you win. But, you know what? You also win by being introduced to his awesome content anyway. So let's go hang out, you know? Let's go see what he's up to. And then, yes, I'll be over on the gaming stream, Griffing and Chill, within 5 to 10 minutes of raiding him. We're going to watch some random TV show, maybe some Community, something, for a half hour or so as I make my meal and eat it, because I need food in my belly to soak up all this whiskey, obviously. Yeah, we'll play some game over on Gaming Stream, and I'm not sure which game yet. We're still waiting for PoE 2 to do their next release. That'll be on Friday. So instead, yeah, maybe Indiana Jones, and finishing that up. We're on, like, the last fucking mission, the last act or whatever. Or some other game. I don't know yet. We'll see. But YouTube,